Ravnica. The city is the largest known to any, as it covers the entirety of the planet. This is your home. It's where you grew up. It's where you've loved, you've lost, you've learned everything that you know. It's where you call home. It's fall, early fall. It's early morning. Around 7:30, 8 in the morning. And you're all running errands around the city for some reason or another. Taelon, what brings you to town today?
If you said something to me, please say that again. Got distracted
What?
for 1 second.
Not bode well for you.
This
Sorry.
gets up to a great start.
I'm so sorry, like the literal second I hear Taelon, I got distracted. I'm sorry.
You are doing shopping outside of Conclave, or I don't know if you're doing shopping, but you're outside of Conclave grounds in the city proper doing something. What brings you out to the town today?
Oh, it could be a multitude of things. Today could, since it's early morning, just seeing the city come to life, and just out for a walk. Maybe going to join in on some early discussion somewhere in the streets.
There are those to be had. Callista, what has you out of bed at this ungodly hour?
What part of the city are we in? Am I in?
Right now you are in. No. Look at notes. District. That's the wrong one. Six.
6 in precinct 6. Okay.
But the nice part, Midori Park, not the smelting court.
Let's see.
The Orsov area, not the Rack. I mean, nice is such a
Yeah.
relative term.
I would probably be bringing some groceries to people. I know a bunch of the people who work there, and I like to take care of them. So maybe visiting a couple of friends and, just helping out people who are having a tough time.
Damsel, you're not Flair in this game. I was like, Flair, no wait, Cordelia.
Cordelia would probably be on a patrol there and be pretty grouchy. These are not her people.
These are not your people. Can I get perception checks from everyone?
Yay.
Starting out very strong.
-1 perception.
We're so terrible. Please save us. Ash,
Thank you.
please.
I'm really busy.
Okay, we know who the lucky one this campaign is.
This is amazing. just so, like, I literally couldn't have written it better. God. Oh, I'm on the wrong layer now. I'm dumb. Mirai, it's morning. You're late. So late. You slept
late.
in. You got like a mysterious sending just 3 seconds ago. You're rushing down the street. You see this Boros guard, female, grouchy looking. You almost bump into her, but just as you're like pulling around her, like no harm, no foul, there is this noise. Like very soft at the edge of what you're able to perceive, and the smell. It smells kind of like lilies of the valley, which is a very strange smell in a bustling city. And there's this sharp undernote of something sour, like sulfur. Can I get dexterity saving throws from everybody?
Of course you can. This is what we live for.
No, I used my crits already. I didn't
Okay,
roll
I am.
accordance.
This is already
Okay.
starting out terrible for me. What the? What?
I'm sorry. I'm gifted.
Kristen, what have you done?
I'm just gonna move Mirai slightly.
Okay.
Oh.
Can everyone take 13 fire damage? Except you, Ash, who by some miracle of faith take half of that.
7?
Oh, 6. It rounded damage is always rounded.
Okay. Yes.
As the building you were all next to blows the fuck up.
That's bad.
That's pretty bad.
So it just says it's right next to it.
Mirai, you know this building well because it's your lab.
Oh,
Everyone else, less familiar with the building. Mirai, can you roll me a Constitution saving throw?
Sure. There, we get a low roll eventually. Although I maintain concentration. I only took 7 damage. 6.
Can you take 20 points of damage from me, please?
Sure.
can you take
Starting
20
out.
points of
There you go.
damage? Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
unconscious
okay.
now,
Thought
yeah.
so.
Oh god. Yeah, I was like, what?
What would you like to do?
This is
He's
fine.
unconscious.
This is fine.
This is good, because if I was still up, I was like, I'm rushing in there.
mhm.
Oh.
A piece of shrapnel apparently hit this woman from the explosion.
Are we in an initiative order, or just kind of like free saying what we want to do?
Mm-hmm.
Just
Okay.
free saying what you're
wanna
wanting
move,
to
because
do.
this is like everything that's on the map is here. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you're in a very
Yeah.
precarious position.
Okay. Do I have to move through fire to go further north, or can I avoid it? Okay.
No, like the fire is from like the
Yeah.
window arches. It's like coming out of the building, but it's also on the second floor.
Okay.
So you're
I
good.
want to run up here and start. Are there other people around?
No, you kind of cut
Yeah.
through an alley that like this is familiar territory to you, so you kind of cut through an alley. There is a main street on the other side of the building, directly across
Okay.
here. Like that way. And there's also a larger street.
Then I'll move here and I'll start grabbing that bucket and just throwing water at like the adjacent buildings, and if I see anybody else like come out of these buildings to like see what happened or come try to help, I'll just start yelling at them to do the same. Like I'm not a firefighter, but I can throw water at a dry thing to try to keep it from catching.
Yeah. That's valid. Talon.
Seeing that thing just blow off and her just, like, getting something embedded in her body. Rescue operations would like to just get up, run, and just on the move, grab hold of hopefully not a very large human. And
She's
just
pretty
continue.
small.
She's small, so continue the momentum, like, grabbing her and just dragging her down the street. Yeah, well, there's a burning building next to you.
Yeah.
This is,
No, Bonnie,
this is,
stop.
yeah,
No.
this is, yeah, what?
Courtney would be like, no, don't pass me. Stop. Let me help.
It's like, so do I get to do that?
Give me an athletics.
Athletic, oh, it's my best one! I really wish it to be acrobatics and stuff, but
That's good.
oh, hey! Hey,
Yeah,
that's an 18
You're
that hit.
fine.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna hold, like, ass down, like, well away from the flames until
You run out of
run out of...
the
actually-
range.
Until the garden trips.
Yeah, so basically, actually, here, yeah. I get to stand right in front of Cordelia. Oh, what wonders.
Yeah, Cordelia. I mean, a fire just fucking exploded.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, And then there's, Pony Boy running down the road with Hurtley.
There's a pony boy. There is what appears to be an unconscious woman who you did particularly notice because she almost bumped into you, and that shit is not okay.
Dumb bitch. Whatever. Guess I'll-
Stupid science bitch couldn't even make I more smarter.
So Cordelia would definitely gap close up to the horse and the unconscious woman. And just give her a little ET poke on the forehead. She gets 1 hit point.
Thanks, you're so kind.
It's good to know that you're so generous.
The most. The most generous, thank you.
Wow.
Callista, can you give me a charisma check?
Yes.
Yes. Roll me a d20. Your cries for help does rouse some inhabitants of these neighboring houses, and you have 4 victims, helpers, who are helping you.
Okay, that's probably good. I mean, it's not a huge area to cover.
Yeah. But they kind of get the gist of
Yeah.
what you're doing. Like, the building is a blaze of
Yep.
fire. So it's mainly concentrating about on the surrounding buildings, making sure
And
they
especially,
don't
like,
catch fire.
the portions opposite the windows, like, we don't have to worry too much about, like, the roof over here just yet, right? Like, the stuff that's at the highest risk would be where I'm devoting my attention, yeah.
Yeah, like splashing it on the roof and... Got it. It is causing quite the commotion. You can all see, like, bystander people exiting buildings around you. Some being more helpful than others.
Yeah.
Mirai, you are conscious with 1 HP.
Okay.
And everything hurts.
Everything. Especially my chest, I would imagine. But
So
I'm gonna,
much.
I'm gonna start. Are there, like, people out, like, watching this all go down? Are there rubberneckers?
Yeah, absolutely.
Can I just, like, start questioning everyone? Like, did you see anyone come out of there? Help. Help, people, help.
Help.
Put this fire out, quickly.
Yeah, there are people, like, rushing in with, like, buckets and, like, sploosh, splash. It is a losing battle. The building itself is sturdy. It's a brick building with a shingled roof. But there was massive damage from the initial explosion. And the fire right now is just kind of cleaning up the mess. But yeah, you do give me a charisma check.
Okay. Just straight charisma check.
Mm-hmm. You are asking people to...
I'm probably just like, hey, help!
The fire!
Stop! It's this way! Get ahead! And there's, like, my chest is just, like, blood soaked.
Yeah, and
Delirious.
it's like, you do... Like, there's a couple of people who are, like, with buckets ready, and you're like, please, sir, help. And they're like, ma'am, I really think you need some medical... Do you need some... Should I take you somewhere? Like, you're kind of distracting the people who are already helping with your massive bleeding chest wound more than you're actually, like, persuading new people to help.
Well, I'm concussed, so... Yeah, I think eventually Mariah would just slowly come to accept it and just, like, sink to her knees. Just defeated.
Talon, Cordelia, what are you doing while this go down?
While Mirai is just helplessly stumbling around. Oh, that's so pathetic. No, I mean, does it seem like going past, stop, like, inside, does it seem feasible? Is the door blown out? Does it...
Yes. Yes. The doors and the windows are all blown out.
Okay, question.
In sections of the upper wall where the main blaze seems to be is missing.
Oh, wonderful. How much of an inferno does it seem to be? Like, is it like completely consumed within that if you go in your roasted duck?
No.
Or okay.
Give me a perception.
A perception, okay. Yay.
The explosion was the main cause of damage. What is on fire now is more like window frames, the door itself, the door frame, sections of like the roof and the exterior binding on the brickwork, which is wooden. This was a big fucking explosion. So a lot of things that would burn were incinerated in the initial blast. Since the
Right.
building is mainly brick, it's real fucking hot, but not really on fire. Seeing as brick doesn't really burn.
It doesn't really burn, no. So it seems possible that you don't instantly die when running in. Wonderful.
No.
Smoke, though. The real
Smoke.
killer.
Well, if the roof
Would
has
be
been pretty blown out, I don't suppose
Yeah.
there's that much
True.
smoke.
Yeah, it'll be rising out of there.
It should go up.
And Taelon, you do notice something. A piece of papers softly drifting to the ground. Probably part of like maybe the initial explosion. Thrown high up into the sky, and now it's like a feather slowly coming down to the ground right next to you.
Yeah, if I can, I will quickly take it, put it in the bag, and then go in, because it seems interesting. And because it may pertain information about what this place is, which could be useful.
Give me a constitution check.
Oh, just a regular check, will that?
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, you try to enter, but like it's
yeah.
heat. There's like tiny spark, flakes of ash. Just taking a breath as you enter like scorches your lungs.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Upon realizing that, are people around? Do they have water?
Yeah.
Do they have? Yeah, they have water. Look to wherever they're getting the water from, and then going to start helping in whichever capacity to put out the fire.
Mm-hmm. Cordelia, what you doing?
Well, I would assume Cordelia is one of few guards that have kind of rallied around.
Yeah, it's not just you. Like, there's a couple more Boros guards, and even a small contingent of Azorius.
Well, knowing Cordelia, she would try to take hold of the situation and start organizing whatever chaos is left with this big event. Just like, getting a line started, passing buckets back and forth.
Give me an intimidation check.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
And you roll a 5.
There's yelling, and then there's yelling, and Cordelia is yelling the loudest. Uh, there is what you would expect, a certain measure of people who are like in shock, like, what happened? Oh my God, I didn't see anything. Oh, it's a tragedy. Am I going to lose my house? Um, and there's the woman that was unconscious who seems to be like weeping outside the burning building. She might have an inkling as to what's going on. Um, there's the centaur who is acting super suspiciously. But you do like you're familiar enough in the area to know that the biggest risk is on the backside of this building, like in this direction, where it's sort of like branches into alleyways, where the distance between houses is a lot tighter than the main street. That's probably where the fire would spread if it was going to spread. The building itself is a total loss. There's really not much to do about that, but preventing the fire from spreading is probably your best.
Gotcha. Yeah. And that, again, would be what she's organizing, is just getting the people who are with buckets organized, working together, so that there's a constant flow of water rather than like 3 people running up at the same time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And roll me a d20 plus 5. It's messy. It's messy and it's hot. It takes you about half an hour, while the main building is sort of slowly crumbling. A portion of the roof collapses in on itself, although the building does remain standing to a certain degree. Move you over here. And it takes you almost half an hour to get the fire under control, to the point where you're like pretty confident that the embers will not spread to any of the surrounding buildings, and no more civilians will be injured.
Well, it's time to start gathering witnesses.
So these flames that are in the windows, I can assume that they're not there now. Like smoldering.
It's
Okay.
mainly ash.
Hello.
Yeah, then I'll just kind of like very slowly and carefully try to make my way toward the front as I was heading there in the first place, and kind of get some idea of what's going on around here. And then I think probably like once I see the front and everything and like a bunch of people are okay, probably I imagine that the adrenaline of the whole situation sort of exits the bloodstream, and I fall over.
Kalista crumbles to the ground. Talon, like, you're just surrounded by women falling at your feet.
Yeah, it's like, well, I should come to precinct 6 a little often.
I think finally seeing someone at my level of stature, like someone would kind of lift me halfway out of my stupor, and I'd start like making my way over to like question like, what did you see anything? Did you see any survivors?
There's some on the other side. They helped me put out the fires, but I think my leg is broken.
Okay, cool, survivors. What?
Yeah, she's like holding her leg.
Help. We need help.
Another injury?
Huh?
Another injury?
Yeah, Kalisa's just kind of like,
Are you injured?
yeah, it's... Oh, it hurts really bad. I don't know if I can look. And she's like, yeah, verge of tears, holding her, like, kind of like the ankle and shin.
Oh, I see. Kalisa gets 5 points.
You almost walked into me.
Thanks, that helps some. It's still really, really sore, though. And she tries to stand up and is very limpy, but she can walk. What happened?
The end of everything. Everything I cared about is gone.
What do you mean?
I'll cough up a little blood for effect. This was my laboratory. Well, I say mine. It was headed by a researcher named Alter Tamino. I don't want to say what we were working on, but it shouldn't have exploded like that.
Do you mean it should have, like,
All on the
exploded
bottom.
in a different way, or...?
No, we weren't working with combustible materials.
So you're saying someone did this?
I have reason to believe so, yes.
Do you know anybody that would, like, want to do that?
Not anyone specifically, but people try to steal research all the time.
That's true.
And I could have sworn I smelled the strangest scent right as I made it to the door. It smelled vaguely floral, but also kind of sour. I think sulfur. I'm not too up on my plants, but maybe...
Would I have any idea what somebody could use to, like, firebomb a building that might smell that way, given any of my multiple kits and interests?
I mean, sulfur definitely
Right.
is an ingredient in many a flammable.
Yeah, but the flower
Thing.
part.
Mm,
I think it might have been Convallaria majalis.
No, it doesn't ring any specific
Okay.
bells. Like, sure, floral flowers are generally flammable, but they're not
They're not gonna burn for long.
considered
No.
good kindling. Yeah.
Callista kind of pats herself down a little bit and gets a look of fright, I suppose. Oh no. I dropped something. And kind of stumbles over back into the alley.
Well, in any case, since it was your laboratory, does this piece of paper, mayhaps it's yours? I produced the paper that I hopefully catch. Oh. Ugh, I don't like that.
My name is on this paper,
Oh.
but it doesn't look like one of our laboratory's notes. There's a name here I don't recognize. Taelon?
Talon's eyes would just go a little wide. No, well, that would be my name.
Maybe I'm concussed, but that can't be mere coincidence.
I sincerely doubt that, and at the same time, I don't know why would our names of everything be on the same piece of paper.
Do you two know each other?
Never seen her.
No.
Cordelia,
What is today's date? Was it the first of Golgar?
it is.
Okay, so this was either almost a year ago or longer. Or
What
Oh,
did you
no.
find?
I'll show Cleesa because I don't know.
It is basically the name of her who seemingly worked at this place, and then mine. And no, we do not have any connection, which is the oddest of it all.
But it's from the future, and that's even odder.
It might not be from the future. It's dated
18 days from now, it's the
19th of
first.
Golgari. Well, there's no year, so it could be someone had it out for us for
A long
That's the
Time.
only
time.
Whole
time I
year now.
don't date things.
Anyone
Oh.
can write anything on a piece of paper. It does
Can
not
I
prove any.
investigate. Like, does the paper seem older or like really new? I guess it'll be hard to tell because of the explosion and all, but
Roll me an investigation.
okay.
Doesn't appear really old. Not super fresh either. Like the ink is definitely dried. It's scorched, making it slightly harder to figure out. But if you were a guessing woman, which you're really not, but still, if forced, you would say between 3 months to a week.
Hmm. Hmm. Maybe it isn't that it's from the 19th of Golgari, but something's gonna happen to us on the 19th.
That seems a lot more plausible than what
I don't
others
think it's from the
suggest.
future.
So then it is a threat.
Maybe it's an invitation to a party. Callista wipes dirt
Sorry,
and char off of a half-eaten donut and continues at it.
I don't believe that that is an invitation to a party. One, I don't get invited to parties, and two, not with the... And I look Mirai over, those of the League.
Well, there's a first time for everything. Maybe somebody really likes both of you. And unfortunately, the timing coincides with the explosion of the one thing that you love the most. But probably not.
Well, certainly we must have some mutual acquaintance.
Do you know Aardvark?
I'm going to say no to that.
Taelon, roll me a history check, and Mirai, roll me a history.
Fuck.
Oh, yes, we do.
Oh, maybe we do.
Mm. Yeah, like you're talking for, like trying to figure out if your paths have ever crossed. If you know any common people, and it's like you're moving in like ever increasing circles. It's like starting with the obvious stuff that you can think about. And I think it's like, so what, like trying to backtrace what you've been doing, and Talon is like, I got up, I bought some breakfast, and Cordelia's like, where did you buy? Like, every clue might be important. Where did you buy your breakfast? And he's like, well, there's this food truck in like Celestia, like Lyra's Foods, and then Mirai's like, that's my mother, and that's like the only connection that the two of you can come up with.
So that seems like a definite dead end right there and then.
Well, there is a possibility. You say that is your laboratory?
Yes.
Horseman Taelon.
Taelon?
Taelon. Are you working? Fuck! I keep losing the. I'm done. Are you working
I
on
look
anything?
horrified at the forest.
Everyone rejoices as the French accent disappears.
Yeah.
Finally, we understand her.
Was it ever there at all? Was I just concussed?
It was part of
Trying
your
really hard, okay?
I
Yeah.
know.
Oh, it's difficult.
Ugh, yeah, that's done. No, but Cordelia would ask him, are you working on science stuff? What kind of science stuff? Why would someone target this lab?
I am not working on any science stuff. I am of the Conclave, and we do not dabble in this sort.
It's probably much safer not to.
Very true. Just
We're
putting it out
scheduled
there.
as a small lab under the auspices of the Laboratory of Continuance.
What?
Basically, they deal with like problems of like entropy for the steam vents and They dabble in time travel.
I told you.
But they're
I
not
told
very
you
good
it was
at
from
it.
the future. I knew it all along.
No. Do not.
It's the most reasonable
at this
thing to
point,
think.
No. You are intriguing to the degree that I believe that. What path have you walked to get to that point?
From the alley, and then I had to go back to get my donut, and then I came back here.
And that answers the question perfectly, thank you.
She nods.
But time travel, still. Okay, I'm going to humor this. Is time travel possible?
That's a very complicated question.
Make
In
it simple.
You don't have to answer. Mm-mm.
Time travel
Was
is
your time
possible.
machine inside? That's a yes. Is it still inside, do you think? Did you see?
I would certainly like
We
to
should
check.
always go see your time machine as soon as possible.
Well, at least check if there's any clues inside as to why this blew up as it did.
Miss Mirai, do you know if there was anyone else in the lab?
There's probably quite a few. Altair, Luca, Demas, Zoe.
Why were they all inside and you were outside?
I was told to stay away.
Who told you?
I was on my way. Altair, the leader of the lab, the head researcher. But we're good friends. His message didn't make
What
any
did
sense.
it say?
It sounds like arson.
He was telling me to stay away from the lab indefinitely, essentially excommunicating me from my work.
You got fired from your lab?
He wouldn't just do that, okay?
Were you
Something was
like late
up
a
with
lot
him.
of times, or?
For a week now or so, he's been under a lot of stress.
Did you lock yourself out of the government database by typing the wrong password 5 times?
Or did your coworker and then you got blamed for it?
I'm sorry,
right on
it
the
needed to
nose.
be said.
Yeah.
Well, if you think that it's safe, we could go in and try to look for explanations or whatever.
Whoa. There needs to be an investigation that takes place before anyone goes in there and messes with evidence.
But it's not messing with evidence if we're starting the investigation now.
I would hate to... But no. I can investigate as well as Boros can. And it's my lab.
Yeah, it's your lab, so pretty much you can do whatever you want, I think.
If you think about it, and I kind of look down at my crimson red stained chest and just can kind of feel that there's something in there that probably shouldn't be. I'm kind of evidence myself, so going in
It keeps
there.
all of the evidence in one place.
You're not evidence, you're a victim. There's a big difference, and victims shouldn't tamper with any evidence. It's a crime scene, isn't it?
We
You
don't
don't
know
know
for
who
sure.
did
Somebody
this.
could have just
You didn't
left
do it.
something on too long.
And
All right, you can be the presiding investigator, and we'll do what you tell us.
and we may just be looking for survivors in there, and hey, we stumble
Yes.
upon something.
My
That's
friends.
But you're
very
right, you do have
hopeful
way
there.
more experience, so maybe you should take the lead and just tell us what to do, and then we'll follow your advice. You probably do this all the time.
Well, yeah,
And so you're probably super good at it too.
of course. Oh, well, thanks. So, I suppose I'll lead the way.
We'll follow after you.
Someone's gonna have to help me up because I think I lost a lot of blood.
Yeah, I'll help Mirai up. And as I do, like, leaning back to get my footing, like, another grimace and shooting pain and grab at the foot. Actually, it's gonna be really hard for me to get around until I can get this looked at by a doctor.
Well, Miss Mirai, you don't, and I'm a little hesitant, but you don't look heavy. So if you don't wish to walk around yourself, given your state.
I mean, my friend here hurt her ankle. I could probably get around better than she can.
Are you sure?
Well, you look just looking between the two. One has just like blood everywhere, and the other's like, oh, but I strained my ankle.
I think looking at Kalista, she definitely looks like standing is painful. And
Looking at Mirai, it seems that living
Mirai
is painful.
definitely looks like living is a chore right now.
Yes. Well, it seems...
The building itself is 3 stories. Like the main building is 2 stories, and then there's like a tower annex thing that's a 3rd story. That seems to have been the source of the main explosion. So it would be hard to carry any of them inside the building unless they were kind of like laying down on you. Like you have to duck through every door, being as tall as you are. It's
Sorry, we're
definitely not
centaur
a
compliant.
centaur friend. Yeah.
Well, at least you have the offer. Whether you take it or not, I'll leave that up to you.
I mean,
Thanks. You've been.
it would be nice. Are you sure it's okay? I don't want...
You wouldn't have been the first one.
Okay, I'll do it. My eyes still work really well, it's just my foot doesn't right now.
As Cordelia leads the way into the building, it is a gruesome scene for Mirai. I mean, this is your life's work, and it's gone, all of it. The explosion was obviously massive, although this is not your field of expertise. You can tell by the lack of things in here. Things that should be here are just blown to pieces. Some who were capable of incinerating are just gone. Why don't all of y'all give me an investigation?
Come on, Joe. We believe in...
Oh no.
That's alright, that's only 2 checks I've not run.
We are terrible.
I'm
We need a little
I'm
lie down, I
distracted,
think,
that's all.
all of us.
I mean, everything in here is covered in like a thick layer of ash and char. This was like a research lab, so there was a lot of paper that has been just transformed into a fine layer of ash that seems to cover everything. um there is Cordelia, you can definitely tell where the main explosion happened. It seemed to be mainly centralized in like this area, but on the first floor. Judging by its diameter, whatever exploded had a diameter of about 10 feet. Perfectly circular. It too has now been covered in a fine layer of ash, but it seems to have been like the explosion happened outward. So this is like the least damaged area in a strange sense. You do find some human remains. No bodies, though. It's like you find a part of a hand over here, like charred to bits. You find a skeleton that is like so badly, or not a skull that is so badly burned, it's hard to tell if it was like human or elf or whatever it was.
Does Mirai see any of this?
Yeah,
I
yeah,
think.
you do. They don't all seem to be from the same person. So it is kind of like a mismatch of various body parts. It is a gruesome sight indeed. And everything smells like burnt wood, burnt meat, and this like insidious stench of rotten eggs.
Do you know what is a better idea is if we don't do this and we let somebody else instead and then they can tell us what they found?
Well,
Because this is like really gross.
this is quite the scene, and there are definitely no. I look over to Mirai. No survivors, as she is still fainted. So, it's like, hey.
I'm out. I can't do this. Bang.
So, you're afraid now?
No, I'm not afraid. It's just super gross. Plus, I mean, we kinda saw everything we can see, don't you think?
Except if you have any other ideas.
There had to be something or someone that made a perfect circle explosion.
Well, I think the best one to answer that one is the now fainted.
We should try maybe try
She
to
could
wake her
probably
up outside or something.
Yes.
Yeah.
She could probably give us an answer as to what was there, if anything.
But like probably in fresh air and not around the barbecued remains of all of her loved ones.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm already carrying one. I look expectingly toward the walrus.
I'll grab her.
Thank you.
Cordelia, give me a perception check.
To see if
Are
she's
you
dead.
sure you don't want an investigation?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, oh,
Hey,
it's not bad.
-1.
Something is odd about the whole situation. And the centaur making light of it by like apparently wearing a fucking party hat is just
Helen,
crossing
do you
the
want a
line.
bite of donut? I still have a little bit.
No, thank you. I would rather not.
Okay, suit yourself.
You know, I think the best idea here is to go together and tell one of my superiors what went on and give a proper statement, because we were all around this when it happened. And maybe someone else can put the puzzle pieces together.
That's smart. That's good police work.
And since you are the one with the experience, why don't we do that?
So Taelon's carrying Calista and Cordelia's carrying Mirai all the way
Mm-hmm.
to Boros.
Well, if I sit up outside, I'm sure
Stage.
there's room for two on this big boy. How many passengers can you carry, Taelon?
How heavy
Not
are
very
you?
heavy.
I mean, if it is one... If we look at it this way, if it is one Loxodon, I don't think I can carry much.
But we're like not
If
even
it is
half
two-
of one Loxodon, probably each.
Well, it depends on how many donuts you're going
I
to
don't have any more donuts. I'm going to
think he
get
just
more
called you an
donuts on the
elephant.
way.
Um, but sure, you can try and put her on and see if it works.
Calista, Talon, and Cordelia, make me a perception check.
Perception. You're
Yeah.
Oh, look at that! Good one. Oh,
Cordelia, there's movement. Like, something caught your attention, but you're not sure what. Talon, there's pixies. Pixies about.
Pixies.
Pixies about. Calista, you see two pixies. They seem to be talking quietly. They're sort of like skipping from rooftop to rooftop. Like, one of them's like, "Oh yeah, I see her. She's down there. She's sleeping." And the other one's like, "She's dead. I know she's dead. Everyone is dead." No, he's just sleeping. Look, just sleeping. It's going to be okay. No, there's big bloody crater on her chest. Her heart is gone. It's better that it was torn out of her body with the death of everything that she knew. It's for the better now. Do you think we should deliver our message? We can't deliver a message to dead people. But she's not dead. she isn't. In my hearts of hearts, I know she's fine.
You guys, she's not really dead. She's just fainted. And I'll like try to shake Mirai awake. Look, look! Her heart is still in her chest.
What?
The pixies are talking to us.
Pixies?
Yeah, look, the pixies. I'll point them out. She was just asleep because she saw all of her friends' bones all over the place.
Do? Is that you?
You know pixies?
They, kind of like guild messengers. Kind of befriended them. I made them a few little pixie-sized tools. And, yeah.
We have to be good friends. You and I. Do you want any of my donut?
Yay! Donut! It's probably
It's
poison.
not a poison donut. I've been eating it.
One of the pixies, like, doesn't really eat the donut. It's more like
Yeah.
licks it, like the powdered sugar of it.
Still
The,
looks like
the really
cocaine
good
to
stuff
a
is in
pig.
here, and I'll like turn it around so she can get to like the custard.
He's like, see, she's alive. I told you she was just sleeping. She would have been better off dead now that everything she knows is gone. We have message for you, Mirai.
Alright. I will receive your message.
Okay. Are you ready?
I'll nod, yeah.
And it is not Dee's voice that you hear. It's not Deuce's voice either. It's Altair's voice. And it pretty much... Mirai, stop arguing with me about... I mean it. Do not come into the lab. Don't make me use any more sendings. Stay at home. I'm not angry. I'll explain everything later.
See, who would send that unless they knew this? And I'll gesture back. I guess we're ways away from it now, maybe, but like back towards my lab. This was going to happen.
I agree. Very suspicious otherwise.
I just hope he's alive.
Yeah, me too.
That would be good. Both because he's alive and maybe he can explain a few things.
Look at this place. Everything blew up. He's totally dead.
Kalista kind of looks at Dew and
Stop
nods
it!
a little.
He's alive, and
When-
he's waiting for you someplace that you know, a secret place where you go when you want to be alone from your brother, who's so negative
laundry
all the
room.
time. Exactly.
When were you given this message to send?
They're having like a very pixie-ish conversation, which
Sure.
means mainly it's like squeaking and a lot of fluttering of wings.
I like to think that their names, we call them D and Do, but it's like powering up and powering down something electronic like D and Do.
Yeah. And eventually Do goes like, right before he died. And D goes like, 32.8 minutes ago.
Mm.
Which would have been like seconds before.
Sounds like you two got out of there in the nick of time.
Oh my god! We just survived! That's so good! We would have been better off.
Uh-huh. Okay. Let's all go and give our statements.
D and Do sort of like swoosh around for a bit, and then they're like, see you later! Bye!
Bye.
Well, they made it. That's really good news.
And you start moving down the street, heading towards Boros. Azrael, what have you been doing this morning?
Hello everyone. I would probably have went. Well, I would have went and looking for Callista first, because technically she's my job.
Mm-hmm.
So as soon as I would have got up in the morning and been like, where the fuck is she now? So yeah, I would have been looking for Callista most likely in District 1 or 2. Or Precinct 1 or 2.
Yeah, you were like working ever outward.
Mm-hmm.
And I think eventually you got word of an explosion in District 6.
And made assumptions.
Yeah.
And made assumptions.
Yep.
And now you find yourself. You can just see like the scorched building in front of you. Which is this one. Very just
Okay.
marking it. And Callista seems to be with a mishmash of individuals. A woman who is a bloody mess and seems to be on the verge of dying. A centaur. And an armed member of the Boros Legion.
So you know the huge.
The huge.
Yeah, she just like as soon makes direct eye contact with Callista and just like arms folded across her chest and just like gives her the what the fuck did you do look.
I had errands to run early in the morning. I wasn't planning on being gone for so long.
You're supposed to tell
I
me
did tell
when you
you.
go. Clearly you didn't know I would have been
I
with
told
you.
you were just asleep. It isn't my fault if you don't wake up when I tell you important things.
It is your fault.
You're the one with the sleep.
I'm not arguing with you.
I can't help it. I told you. I did my part. I did it.
Not.
Anyway, look at I made new
Why
friends.
the fuck?
It's not the best situation right now. We're trying to figure out why Mirai, this is Mirai and Taelon, and I'll like pet his hair and like get distracted for a moment.
Yeah, she's currently riding the centaur. Did I mention that? And he also has a papier-mâché horn/party hat attached to his head that no one else has commented on.
And this is Cordelia?
Yeah, no one has commented on it, and Taylor is oblivious, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't see your
They're
own
really good
forehead.
friends, and we're gonna figure out why this happened, because it's not right, and Mirai didn't want her lab to blow up today. She has a time machine too, and we got
So
a note from the
as-
future.
As witnesses, all of us are going over to Boros to give statements so a proper detective can figure out what's going on.
Well, that's lovely. Then I will just take the little tiefling and you can go and do whatever the fuck you're planning on doing.
No, I have to go
no.
with them.
No, she's a
Yeah,
witness.
it's the
She
law.
has to
We
help.
have to help now, so you have to come with us.
I wasn't even here. What is the point? Literally, there's 3 of you. You don't need Callista.
Well, you are clearly her guardian figure, so you can be present when she gives her
And
statement.
Callista's just like giving Cordelia a very serious look and nodding in agreement, like, yes, this is a very well thought out argument. I agree. And looks back at Azrael with the same nodding and kind of stern. Yep.
Like, Azrael be
Yeah,
the
exactly,
responsible
yep.
one here.
Yeah. No, she's right. That's what you should do.
Can we make this quick? We have other things
Like
we're
what?
supposed to
Name
do
one
today.
important thing to do.
First of all, I have an actual job that isn't just following you around. And second of all, you are supposed to tell your father where you are at
But do
all
you remember
times.
when the first thing I said was important? And so none of that is important. And so we should do what we want to do instead.
If we go and do these statements, are we free to
I
go?
don't know, it depends on what we find.
I'm not asking you, I'm asking the one in the armor.
Fine, ask her then. She's just gonna tell you the same thing.
It would really depend on the facts that they've already gathered.
Yeah. It could be an all-day thing.
It's a
It could
blown
be
up
like an all
building.
month.
And
More
clearly,
than-
if the Izzet has anything to do with it, it's the Izzet's fault.
But the Izzet
I
wasn't
agree.
there, you see, so...
Were there others Izzets working for you?
It's okay. I know what everyone's going to think. Because we're a small, not well looked after Izzet lab. We exploded and it was our own fault. That's not the case.
I mean, you
Azra
were
just
given-
holds out a hand like, what more do you want from us? There we go. There's the fucking logical answer.
Ma'am, if you're busy and you have errands to run today, feel free to just go. I will pretend like I never saw her guardian.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. I'm not leaving her with you all.
Well, then saddle the fuck up. Let's go.
But you can't actually saddle up because there isn't any more room on Taelon, so you have to walk. My foot is hurt. She holds her hoof out.
I would prefer not to ride on a centaur. Thank you very much.
Good, then we won't have to fight.
Wonderful. Can we speed this up, please?
Maybe. How fast can you go?
Not as fast as the 4-legged man.
Then we'll keep it nice and slow for you.
Let's see.
Taelon, get that off your head.
Get what?
Your dumb
It's not
fucking
a
horn.
Dumb horn.
I take
a-
the horn off. It's like, all right, who put that there? Actually, don't answer that. I believe I already know the answer to such question.
Probably just
You
forgot.
start making your way over towards Precinct 4.
Yay, precinct 4.
The home of Boros.
Sun home. Kind of right next to Nivix, interestingly.
This is not where I wanted to be today.
But it is where you are.
Didn't
Sadly.
have to come.
And I feel like the walk itself takes about an hour. But there's a lot of like Azrael griping about not wanting to be here. Callista generally being her unhelpful self, but making people feel like everyone else is like the unreasonable one. Mirai is like drifting in and out of consciousness, obviously injured. Taelon is just like, these people be crazy, yo. I just want to know why my name was on a note.
Yep.
And Cordelia is in charge of her first real investigation here, and she will not have her authority questioned by some uppity half-elf or sub-guardian person.
I feel like you really strained yourself to not call her a bitch, but
I mean, if it fits, it fits, you know?
If the box fits, sit in it.
Yeah, you know what? It's how it works.
This is true.
Very true. That being said, Boros has no power over Orzhov. Orzhov is best guild.
Yeah, the area that you were in, like where the explosion was, is Orzhov area.
Yeah. I don't like that there was an explosion with there and Callista was by it. I have so much paperwork I'm gonna have to do about this shit.
By all means, go and fill out your paperwork.
You would like that woman to die. Sadly, I have to stay with the pink one.
Sadly, you say it like it's such a chore.
It
you
is
do
a
it
chore.
every day and you smile.
It's my job.
You love your job.
Callista, we've been through this.
You love me.
Debatable at this point. Today.
They do seem to bicker like an old married couple.
It's almost as if we are an old married couple.
dun dun dun.
Some very good illusion magic, then.
Haha.
This was too old for me.
Surprise. Fuck you.
But it's true.
It is true.
Yeah, I see that.
So what are we?
Fucking do not.
How
I
far-
look like I'm
but
20.
it doesn't matter how old you look. It matters how old you are. You're going to die long before I do.
That's actually unlikely just because of... This is not the time to argue. Can we just speed up?
Can
We
just
won't have to talk
dying,
about your
please?
impending doom.
Fucking Mirai, who's bleeding, is just like, oh, my friends are dead. Thanks, guys.
I'm having a really great day, and I've just, made some really great friends. They just treat me so great.
So who do we have to talk to?
What a
In
great day
reality-
this has been.
In reality, Mirai is so heavily in shock right now. She doesn't
Yeah.
even know what's happening.
Pretty
She's
much.
riding a
It's just a
horse
weird
in her
lucid
head.
dream
just
she's
sitting
having,
on the
yeah.
reins.
There was a
Yeah.
unicorn.
The devil.
None of this makes any sense.
So who do we have to talk to now
I'm
that
just gonna roll
we're
with it.
like, I think we're getting close.
Who is Cordelia's commanding officer?
Mommy.
Uh-oh.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, this is
This
gonna
is
be
gonna
so
get
good.
really awkward.
We could have left. We could have just
No,
left.
it's gonna be really funny. We should stay. Shit. She's really scary. Azra, she's a lot scarier than I thought she was going to be. Why didn't you make me come here?
Yeah, I think you all start heading towards like Sunhome, and then there's like a hard left, and you find yourself at the Horizon Military Academy. You see a woman. She's definitely like a grown up, more grown up than you guys, since you're all like fucking teenagers.
We're all children.
Hey,
Yeah.
hey,
Asriel.
yeah.
Except
I'm
you.
mid-30s, thank you.
Which is like teenager for.
She's an old hag.
It's like 21 for
Yeah.
elves, half elves.
Yeah. But this woman appears to be in her, like, it's hard to say. She's fit. Obviously takes decent care of herself, but like in her 40s, 50s maybe?
Before we got there, I'm just gonna use my Mask of Many Faces real quick to... No scar, no eye, no hair. Just normal person look.
No hair?
No, like, no white streak in hair. Just like normal person looking. Hiding all noticeable features.
Valid.
Yep.
And as you're like walking in, you see this woman, like someone runs up and hands her a piece of paper, and she like takes the piece of paper and just like gestures with his hand in that like piss off motion that anyone who has a reasonable amount of power sort of like, you can't acknowledge everyone that acknowledges you. That way lies madness. And she's reading this note before the clip-clopping of Taelon's hooves.
I am very
And-
stealthy.
And the click-clacking of Cordelia's steel heels.
No one in this group knows how to sneak.
Oh, I know how to sneak.
Don't need to know how to sneak when you can do magic.
Makes her
Well-
look up. Cordelia? What is the meaning of this?
Captain Monroe,
This isn't going well.
there's an investigation taking place under my command.
What kind of investigation?
There was an explosion in Precinct 6. I've gathered the witnesses. I did some light investigation of the scene of the crime. A laboratory exploded.
Any culprits?
No direct culprits. We are a little light on leads, which is why I was hoping for some assistance. If you could either lend a hand or direct me to someone. Appreciate it.
Fine. Take them to the interrogation rooms.
It's
No, what
okay.
now?
That's just what they're called.
You would really need to find a new word for them, because interrogation sounds like, well, nothing good.
Might I suggest healing the bleeding one before you put her in a room?
She's good.
maybe washing her with the blood.
I mean, if it's just the blood you're concerned about, and I'll prestidigitate my shirt.
See, she's good, isn't you?
I mean,
That's a really good trick. I wish that could do
Azra
that.
just gives Mirai like a once over and just kind of like rolls her eyes.
Oh, that scar's new.
I'll find someone to assist you. One of the Wojaks, maybe. Go!
Yes, ma'am. I feel like at this point, Cordelia would just be leading Taelon with like reins, just like.
Oh my god.
No! Oh, absolutely not.
That's racist.
That's
Very
Damn
racist.
racist. Is there any like visual similarities between the lady that Cordelia was talking to and herself?
Yeah. I'd say there was. The woman is darker in coloring,
Mm-hmm.
but they're like similar height, similar build, similar stature. Vague similarities in their facial features.
Same scowl.
Yes.
Cool. As Cordelia leads away, I was just gonna step right behind her. So do you usually bring all of your witnesses to your mommy?
Only the ones that I want to keep in the interrogation room.
Oh, fun.
It was just called that.
And yeah. You find yourself in the interrogation rooms.
That's just what they're called, she says. Don't worry, they're not cages or anything.
Wow, that's
It's just
terrible.
a name.
How is she gonna get everyone there by saying, "Oh, you guys are all suspects. Here we fucking lead the way."
As soon as I know where we're going, fucking Azra's just gonna glare. Just the most angry glare at Callista.
What? I didn't do anything.
The interrogation rooms are actually in the upper levels.
Okay.
Like,
God.
like this area here, not this area here. And you kind of enter like from here. Like the actual cells are below ground level.
Okay.
Okay.
So like this is ground level.
Okay.
These windows.
Okay.
Okay. It's a little less.
A little, but this is still a very imposing building.
Yeah. It's Boros. It's
It-
supposed to be.
It is.
Why couldn't a nice Azorius girl have found me?
Ooh.
Mirai thinks to herself.
And the interrogation rooms actually are, I mean, by Boros standards, practically inviting. They're pretty bare. There's like 2 chairs and a table, a couple of benches. And it's one of those, like, both the chairs are on the same side, obviously meant for, like, the people doing the questioning, and whoever they're questioning is sort of, like, standing on the other side of the table, like, very much designed to put that person at a disadvantage. Cordelia has spent quite a bit of time in here on both sides of the table as part of your training. Because, like, when you're training how to interrogate the prisoner, someone has to, like, play the prisoner. So from a quite young age, you were like, your mom would bring you to work and she would like be like, so you just tipped over an apple cart and you stole 2 of them. Oh.
I deserve death, Mother.
Yes. Exactly.
Throw me in the darkest pit.
She was the worst person they interrogated. She always confessed and
Yeah.
suggested her own punishment.
It was always extreme.
Which is hysterical because that's how I was as a child. I would punish myself.
Mother, I have broken a cup. I will leave the home. Do not pack my things.
Bring your switch cane. Mark me across the wrist.
Okay,
10
let's
times.
stop. Let's stop before we
Yeah.
turn Cordelia into dumb.
Yeah, good idea.
But yeah, you enter and it's one of those like the 2 seats are obviously not for you. So I'm gonna assume that Kalista immediately
Yeah.
sits down in one of the
For
chairs.
sure.
Taelon, I believe, is quite comfortable standing all the time.
Yes.
I'll just slump over in a corner and try not to die.
Yeah, I think Talon probably puts Mirai like laying on the bench.
Just carefully, because he's afraid that if he drops her, she's just gonna go.
Dead again.
1 hit point damage. Done.
Yep.
And
I'm
So
leaning
you
by
can
the door.
answer questions more aptly.
That must have taken a lot out of you to only do it now and not before.
Well, why waste it? If she goes down, I could have just healed her 1 again and kept her going.
How very Boros of you.
Mirai will remember that.
and yeah, you've been here for maybe like there's definitely a bit of time to wait for this person that your mother is apparently sending. And like the first 5 minutes is fine, and then there's like 15 minutes of it being uncomfortable. Eventually the door opens behind you. And yeah, it's a familiar face to you, Delia. And to you, Talon.
Oh god.
And the woman is coming in, sort of like head looking down as the door opens, obviously like reading through like some piece of paper or another. Okay, so what do we... Talon?
Of all the people, I did not expect you to be the one to be sent here. As a surprise.
What are you doing here?
Well, involved in a situation that I did not quite understand, so here we are.
Oh, I can't wait to hear this one.
Is your mom?
But
Is
I'm
this your
sorry?
mom? Are we meeting everybody's
No.
moms?
no, my mom has 4 legs.
I guess that makes sense.
It does.
I wasn't really thinking about how you were born. But now that I am...
Azra like coughs, but it could definitely be taken as a slight laugh.
Your very own case, Cordelia. Look at you, you're growing up so fast. So, who did it?
I suspect an outside force. The problem
Okay.
comes in figuring out who or what that is.
You, Tiefling, out of my chair.
Oh, sorry, I was distracted. And, yeah, I'll stand up. And sit on the table.
Yeah, like, as long as there's enough room for her to put down the folder, she
Yeah.
doesn't care. So, this report is lacking. Fire. Orzov owned property rented out to. Is it? Well, that explains it.
That's what I said.
Excuse me, but I happen to be a member of that lab, and we weren't dealing in any combustible materials, so especially nothing that could create the temperatures that I saw the effect of on the inside.
She, like, tilts her head slightly as she looks at you. What kind of is it are you if you're not working with explosions?
It's kind of a bit of a misnomer that we all deal in explosions. I work for the Laboratory of Continuance.
Time travel.
Yeah.
They were working on time travel.
Fucking time.
Mm-hmm.
So, what happened? They opened a portal to a distant past when the planet was still a volcano?
Well, upon my investigation of the crime scene, there was a initial explosion radius of 10 feet. So unless it was a 10-foot portal that just incinerated the entire building, not sure that's what we're dealing with. However, Mirai, could you please share the message you were given earlier in the day from the lab supervisor?
Yes, the head researcher, my friend Altair Tamino. He messaged me telling me to stay away from the lab. It wasn't safe. He obviously knew something that the rest of us didn't know. And there's this note, and I'll show him the note. It has mine and Taelon's name on it, possibly other names, but it's too scorched to fully read. You can make out this date here, the 19th of Golgari. Now that could be that something else, maybe another explosion is going to happen in 18 days.
Or the note is from the future.
You're crazy.
That's what I said.
I mean, we should probably up our surveillance of the area. Maybe see if there are other ISIT labs. So how are you two connected then? And she sort of gestures between Mirai and Taelon.
We don't know that. We've never met.
And we don't really know any people.
Taelon's been to my mother's food cart.
That's about it. I hardly call that a connection, however.
Yeah. Your boss, uh, Altair. Does he have any enemies?
Not that I knew of.
And how well did you know him?
Well, he was the charismatic sort. He didn't let us see any of his problems. I think he thought it would diminish his capability to lead us.
So you were sleeping with him?
Right, it just goes quiet and blushes. No.
She's gonna roll an insight on that.
Okay.
Oh.
Oh my.
Kalisa's also rolling. It's a pretty dodgy no. You might infer that, like, she's telling the truth, but it's not like she didn't want to.
He takes off his
kind
robe
of a
and
thing.
wizard hat. I think Ozra catches a look from Kalista like, hehehe.
It's just a big roll. She just rolls her eyes. It's a lot for the fucking morning of her day.
Would he have kept any research at his home? His paperwork?
We weren't supposed to, but I mean, every Izzet keeps notes of inspiration that strikes them at, the early hours of the night.
Do you have his home address?
Do I?
Yeah.
Probably, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, totally. And there's like this smirk, like, yeah, you totally weren't sleeping with him
He
when
knows
you
home
like
address,
immediately
yeah.
give the home address. Yeah.
Yeah. I guess. Here you go.
Okay. Cordelia, how likely do you think that there's going to be another explosion? You were on the scene. What does your gut tell you?
Fairly likely. It was a very controlled explosion. It seemed like an accurate attack. I'm curious if others became aware of what this particular lab was studying, if another Izzet League got a bit jealous and used their talents with combustion. So
Hired some goblins. And like that's pretty much like Boros, Azorius, anyone who is at slang, hiring some goblins basically means to self-destruct. Like blowing shit up.
There was a peculiar smell. Sulfur abounded the scene, and we didn't have any sulfur on site. And there was another smell. I can't say I am too certain of my floral knowledge, but I think it might have been Lily of the Valley. Like a sweet but malevolent scent.
It might not be related, but we'll take note of it. Cordelia, you're running point on this, so why don't you do the preliminary investigation. If you need any help, let me know. I will make myself available to you.
Mm-hmm.
And, yeah. Make sure you keep them close. And she sort of gestures to Talon and Mirai. Whatever is going on, the two of them are connected to it somehow. And, if this is a kill list, they might not have long to live.
I would agree.
I'm gonna cough up some more blood to remind me of my mortality.
I just healed you. Get over it. God, you're such a drama queen.
Azra will take a
Amazing.
handkerchief.
Hole in my chest and there's shrapnel in it.
You have 9 health now. Sit down.
Azra will take a handkerchief out of her, like, from her cloak and hand it to Mirai.
Anyone can make a medicine check if they like to assist in, like, binding her still open gash on her.
I will use my hooves to do this.
No, you will the fuck not.
Just donkey kick me and
I'm just gonna give myself that real quick. Oh, yeah, well, no,
Oh my god.
I'm not. I gave her a handkerchief. That's all the fuck she needs.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the hoof
Different.
medicine.
Fuck your hoof medicine.
Kalista?
Yes.
Like, you managed to patch it up. Like, the handkerchief makes for a rough compress. Using, like, some strips of probably Mirai's own clothing. You make a bandage with Talon's help. The wound is mainly clean, but there is, like, something that you feel, and I think Talon notices it too. It's, like, right under your fingertips when you're, like, putting the compress down. Like, there's something in there that probably shouldn't be, or shouldn't be where it is. It's hard to tell the difference.
And my bones just shattered.
Mm-hmm. Not all of them, just like half your
Still
ribs.
Yeah. Didn't need them anyway.
I look.
Not
I
like
just.
they're supposed to be attached or anything.
I glance at Callista while I just press a bit on Mirai. Am I the only one feeling that?
No, there's
Get
like
that
extra
careful.
bone in there. We have to take it out.
Yeah, that's a bit odd, and I press a little more. Really?
It feels slightly cool to the touch.
Maybe I should.
Like, it's in her body. Everything is supposed to be like 38 degrees.
Yeah.
It's
Maybe
not.
I should get it
Let's
with
pull
my
it
fingers
out.
instead of your hooves. It's I can probably get it a little easier if I can pinch.
I think we should ask.
No one is
There's
digging
also an
anything out of me
infirmary.
with their
it's
hands.
not that hard. It's just right here.
I mean, let's get gloves first.
Callista, give me a sleight of hand.
Oh no!
Stay away from me!
I mean, she's already got her fingers in there. It's not like she's going to be
How is
deterred.
it sleight of hand when I'm like,
Please.
All
don't
right,
really.
let's hold her down.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
Kalima,
it's really stuck in there. It's really
There's
stuck in
evidence.
there. It seems to be maybe a piece of shrapnel from the explosion. It must have been incredibly hot because it seems to have fused to her breastbone.
It's stuck. I have to pull. Get ready.
What?
Ouch.
Can I notice that Callista is doing this?
Oh, I think everyone notices
Yeah,
that
I'm
Calista is doing
I'm just
this.
gonna quickly go over and like grab her by one of her horns and like yank
Ouch,
her
what the
away.
hell?
No,
I
I was
almost
going
had
to take it
it.
out. It's stuck in there. Probably doesn't feel very good.
that doesn't matter. Your hands inside of her doesn't feel
Well,
good.
speak for yourself, but number one, it's a medical procedure, and I was doing it, and now you've ruined it, and she'll probably die.
You're not a doctor. You are not a doctor.
I'm close enough.
No,
What's the
you are
difference?
not. A lot of school.
We really need to get that out.
They're just gonna do the same thing.
You have an infirmary?
Mm-hmm.
Can we get her there, or do you need to do more questions?
We can do questions on the way.
Wonderful.
I don't know how I feel about any of this.
Well, not
I think
only
surgery
is
on
it
me,
going
I'm
to
not-
inhibit your ability to heal, but it's also going to inhibit my ability to solve this investigation. So let's go.
Yeah, you get to the infirmary, and there's like a. You know how if you walk into like a country infirmary or ICU and it's like pretty quiet, there's like one person sitting there with a migraine, and then there's like a kid with a broken arm. And there's like a few like nurses moving around like, yeah, we're ready for your x-ray. It'll just be 2 seconds more before we get those test results, Mrs. Thompson. And then someone like comes in and there's this moment of silence, and then like you hear like beep 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 beep. We have a code 3 on the and that's pretty much what happens when you bring in the bloody half exploded Mirai. When it's like
Being
yeah,
only
this
propped
is
up by healing magic and not actually healthy. Yeah.
and there is this like burst. I almost said explosion, but I decided that wouldn't be sensitive to Mirai's light. There's this burst of activity as everyone sort of slips into something they are very familiar with, but is very alien to the rest of you. Mirai is sort of like immediately taken away, and the four of you are sort of like left in stunned silence in the middle of like a half empty room with like this guard who has like the sniffles in the corner, like
What's the matter with you?
looking at you. Flu.
The flu? You shouldn't be at work if you're sick.
Tell me about it. I mean, he is in the infirmary.
I don't think he's
okay,
working
I
in the
understand.
infirmary.
Yeah.
I think he's in the
Got it.
infirmary. Yeah.
Are lots of people getting the flu now?
Yeah, a couple of my coworkers were out last week. Just one of them things going around, I guess. Choo!
Well,
And he sniffs a little bit more.
that's pretty gross. I hope you feel better soon.
He just kind of gives you a nod.
You said he's Boros?
But yeah. This is a
Yeah.
Boros infirmary. Like, this is a pretty large facility. It's the only, so yeah, this infirmary probably helps the prisoners, but mainly it's for like Boros
Okay.
himself.
And it's just the 4 of us left.
Mirai was whisked away by an army of medical professionals.
Why do you think they did that?
Took her.
Yeah.
You mean the doctors? That. Kalista, that's what they do.
But like, you don't think it was sort of weird?
No.
No. She did look, in fact, like she got blown up. I can justify why they would quickly take her from us. None of us are doctors.
Well, you're all under my supervision. I suppose we can go back.
A nurse kind of shows up after about 5 minutes, being like, they're prepping her for surgery now. It'll probably take a couple of hours. She probably won't be conscious until tomorrow if you want to visit her. Your friend?
No,
Yes, I can.
you cannot watch.
You don't get to answer. She gets
No,
to
you
answer.
can't.
Miss Nurse, what is your name?
Emilia.
My name is Kalista. Do you think that I could watch, please? She's my friend.
The surgery?
I won't make
No.
a sound. I won't even do anything. I won't be in the way. I just want to see.
Kalista, she said no.
But please.
No.
How much would it cost?
Kalista!
Buy a hospital, employ me, and then we can talk about it.
Don't. Why would you say that? No, you cannot buy a hospital.
She'll be awake tomorrow morning.
Wonderful. If that's the case. And, like, Azra's gonna turn and, like, clap her hands in front of her face and then look at Cordelia. Since your main, source of information is in surgery and won't be around, and really we can't offer you anything, we're gonna go and you can come find us tomorrow.
Flair's gonna just stare through her, turn.
Who the fuck is Flair?
You need to change your name.
Change your name!
I do. I will. Yes. Cordelia will look at Azrael, give zero semblance of any, like,
Fuck.
acknowledgement. There's nothing. Look at Kalisa and go, I'm hungry. We should go and get donuts. I'll treat.
Deal. Let's go.
You
I like
I love this already.
Yeah, Azra's just put her hands down to her sides and just, like, gives, like, she squints her eyes in that, oh, okay, this is the game. This is the game we're gonna play.
There you go.
It's like when the grandparent enables the
Yeah, it's
fucking
exactly
child
that
because
look.
they don't gotta deal with.
Yep, it is exactly that fucking look.
They don't need to deal with the fallout.
Azrael is like giving her mother-in-law that, oh, I know you hate me, and I will fucking cut you, bitch, if you try to turn my kid against me.
It's very much, it's just that wonderful mixture of, I know what you're doing, and if we were not in the situation we were in, I would stab you. It's very much that look.
You go for donuts.
Mirai goes for surgery.
Mirai goes for
great
surgery. Mirai, can you roll me
Death savings?
Constitution save.
Natural 1, 2 death saving throws lost.
Bro,
Oh, what?
stop it.
No,
Can
I'm not going to
you-
be the first one to die.
Mm,
Can you roll me a
Debatable.
d20?
Oh,
okay.
how many days she's out? 20.
Okay.
We don't see Mirai ever again.
Thanks for starting the campaign for us, Ash. Now you can make a new character.
She's gonna have to be a wizard though, so you need to just make another wizard.
I'm Morai.
I am from another dimension.
I am Mirai from the future.
Which is weird because I died a long time ago.
Mirai.
Mm-hmm.
3 is the number. Roll me a d3.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
1. Okay. So,
Okay,
you
yeah.
see a vision
Okay.
of the past. You are in the library. You
Okay.
are still a student. You are arguing loudly to the point where, like, you're almost thrown out of said library. And it's one of those, like, told you that isn't right. Why do you always doubt my plans? But it's obviously with Altair.
Okay.
You remember this. This is like when you first started talking about this. Like, Altair had the idea, and he was kind of like breezing it by a couple of people.
Hey, want to build a time machine?
Yeah. And like, it sounded crazy. And you were like, it's never going to work. And he's like, why do you always doubt my ideas? You see another vision. It's again, Altair is in it. So is Ava. And Zoe.
Okay.
It's late. You've been like working on plans and like started building stuff, and everyone's like tired. Altair, like everyone else is on break. Altair is still over in like the main section of the room, with like a magical screwdriver, muttering something under his breath. And Demas is the one to sort of speak up. Like, do you think it's ever going to work? People are like kind of shrugging, and it's always like, if you'd asked me 3 weeks ago, I would have said not a chance in hell. And Demas is like, so what about now? It's like, no chance in hell. If it actually worked, you would have gone back in time 3 weeks and told me to tell you that it was going to work. And then there is the third vision. And again, you see Altair. You don't remember this. You're in a lab. And he's looking at you quite seriously. It has to be you. This is not a memory. Like, you have to say what you're saying.
Oh. It has to be me.
Yes.
I have to do what?
Warn them.
Warn them of what?
What's coming?
The explosion?
I mean, yeah, that's the start of it, but all of it.
There's more? Does something happen on the 19th? I don't know why I'm asking that.
Yeah, something happens. I mean, you were there. They were all there. You have to go. It has to be you that goes back. They like you. They trust you.
Okay, I'll go back, but are you okay? Is this...
Of course I'm not okay. This is the future we're talking about. We're playing a game of high stakes, and to be honest, I'm not sure what the bet is right now. But that doesn't matter. Without you, they're all going to die. And they're starting to grow on me. Even that Cordelia girl. It has to be you.
Okay.
And everything kind of like whites out, and you hear like, I think she's waking up. Push 2 more cc's of, yeah. And then you're just unconscious again.
Okay.
Meanwhile, elsewhere, you're going for donuts.
Because donuts.
Power
Yep.
move.
Big dick move.
Just slapping it on the table.
Mm-hmm.
So, Cordelia, how long do you believe that we need to stay here?
Here, like in the donut shop?
No, here as in under your supervision, and here as in with the Boros.
Well, I believe we'll have answers for that in the morning regarding how long this will take.
So we're staying until the morning.
Yes.
Wonderful. Do you have messengers?
Yes.
Wonderful. I believe it would be prudent to just send one to Precinct 3.
I will also need to send one.
Well done.
I will have to pre-screen your messages.
It's basically
Well
telling the Conclave to invade. No, it's just saying where I am.
Mm-hmm.
Had it with these uppity Boros. The time is now.
All these stupid by the book Boros who's like, oh, look at our shiny armor. No, fuck all of you.
The time to strike is nay.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
And as the green tide rolls through the street, you see Sunholm blow up.
Cordelia, are you like putting all of them in Boros custody, or?
I mean, I wouldn't say custody. I believe.
Yeah, you also didn't
for
call
all
these.
I would
Time to go to your
at least-
happy fun time beds right here.
In the cages.
At least, Kalista, Taelon, and Mirai are all protected witnesses. So they need protected custody because, God forbid, it's actually an assault on people who know things.
Mm-hmm. So Azrael is free to leave.
I am free to go.
Bye!
Ooh.
Meaning, like, if Callista wanted, she could send a message with Azrael.
Oh yeah, hey, that's true.
After
Right,
donuts,
yeah.
of course, because there were
Yeah,
free
if there was a
donuts.
promise of donuts.
Of course, the cops have donuts. That makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, Azrael wasn't there for the donut debacle.
True.
Yeah, like Kalisa dropped her donut. It was very sad, and nothing else sad happened in that time frame.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that makes sense. To be fair.
Yeah, because the incineration of everything Mirai has ever known isn't sad.
Yeah, that was sad too, but the donut though,
It got
The
dirty.
donut, though.
Yeah.
the horror.
It's not like the worst thing you've ever eaten.
No,
A dirty donut.
not at all. I would ask that if Azra's leaving, I was on my way to do something. If she could find Throom, and like I'll give her enough money to rebuy that, because like I was bringing groceries somewhere and that got interrupted.
Yeah.
And so if she could bring them, like I'll give her the money to buy new ones, and like the shopping list, it's short, it's just a few things, but if she could bring them to Throom and tell him that I'm okay and that I will visit as soon as I can, probably even tomorrow, but things got in the way.
All right. Yeah, Azra will do that. She will take Lisa slightly aside, away from the Boros. Do you want me just to make the same excuse I normally make to your father when he asks where you are?
Tell him.
You know you shouldn't have been in District 6 anyways.
Just tell him that I was stuck in a bear trap, and he'll probably believe that and be concerned.
Azra just nods. She writes notes down in a little book she has, which will like list the groceries, but then underneath like the grocery list she just says, make same excuse as normal to father. Underlined a couple times.
And it's a really heavy bear trap. There's a bear problem, and that it's really hard to get open, but I'll be home soon as they can get it off.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I have it all written down.
Thanks, you're the best.
Anyways, have fun.
I'll try. You too.
As long as I'm not here around that one, I'm perfectly happy.
Okay.
And Azra will just like pat Calista on the shoulder, and then she'll look over at Cordelia, and she'll just do a big smile, and she goes, "Have fun. She's your problem tonight," and she's gonna leave.
Cordelia blows a kiss before she leaves with like the biggest
Azra
scowl.
gives her the biggest of middle fingers over her shoulder.
Yeah. So, where are you headed?
I am gonna go and do what Calista needs done. I'll go and get the groceries and deliver. them as per what Callista was doing. And then I will go to... Fuck, where would they be? The Urzova?
Mm-hmm.
That's where most of the pontiffs hang out anyways.
Yep.
Yep, I'm gonna go talk to who I need to talk to let them know what happened in District 6. Because it is our property, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so there's gonna be, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go talk to them.
Yeah, I think, like, the person that you are told that you should talk to
Mm-hmm.
is, look at my notes. Uh. Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, and as soon as I'm out of Boros, disguise self is off too. I'm back to actually looking how I look and not just like a normal person. Average person, not normal.
The person that you should talk to is a contract mage named Tomic Vrona.
Okay.
And he's an advocate.
Okay.
But seeing as he is not in, you end up talking to his assistant.
Okay.
A young, like, give me insight. The Emeritus Trenet is youngish, mid-20s. He's something of an up-and-comer. Like, Tomic is definitely one of the people who are like, he's from a good Orzhov family. He's already an advocate. Like, he is expected to really take on responsibility.
Okay.
As he matures into his role. So being like his assistant is actually like quite a coup for someone.
Oh, okay.
There's like so much clicking happening. Like checking all these messages, seeing if any of them are important, and then it's like, no,
No.
no,
No.
nothing. Yeah. He's a handsome fella.
Oh my god. He's handsome.
Okay. Everything. So I'm going to move you to here to make this easier. Yeah. So that's the Meritus.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Isn't he just your type?
God,
Anyway,
no. There's no
No,
thrill to him. He's Orzhov.
he is definitely
You need the
Orzhov.
thrill.
I need the
You
thrill.
need the thrill.
I need either illegality or it needs to be a creature that could kill me. That's the only time I'll sleep with someone.
Wait, what?
He
Okay.
like how much of the case do you explain to him? Like
I
how
will
much
literally just run down, like, this building exploded. This was the address. It was Orzhov property. It was rented out. As far as I know, everyone's dead except for one. Is it was pretty injured. Doesn't seem like she was responsible, but it was most likely them blowing themselves up, as far as I can tell.
Okay. So we should open an investigation, make sure we don't get settled with any pesky suits. I mean, it definitely wasn't our responsibility, so Izzet should pay for everything. We shouldn't have any problem with the investigation, right? You were there.
For the most part, the only issue is Boros already has an investigation open.
Fucking Boros.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Do we know who's running it?
What the hell was her name? Cordelia?
Cordelia.
Mm-hmm.
Was that first or last name?
First name.
Do you have a last name?
I would assume Monroe. That's how she addressed who I would assume is her mother.
Well, isn't that interesting?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we'll need someone to liaise with them. I'll make sure someone is assigned. Thank you. Ezreal, does she have a title? Like, she's not an advisor or anything like
No.
that.
So when she worked directly with the cartel, she was a euthanist.
Mm-hmm.
But she doesn't actually like have a title anymore. It got stripped from her, and she's pretty much just like she's Callista's guardian, babysitter,
Yeah, so
whatever
you can,
term that would be.
yeah, I think you can kind of see him going like almost calling you by your former title and then Miss Prospero.
Ooh, that stings. Azra does like one of those little like corner of the mouth like flinchies because it bothers her, but just like keeps a relatively straight face.
Mm-hmm. I mean, he probably didn't intend any disrespect by it, but
Oh yeah, but
it's
still
one of
hurts
those
him.
like, you know, they might have been promoted, demoted, moved sideways. If I don't know a title, I'm not gonna like. If you got promoted and he called you by a lesser title, that would be more disrespect than just referring to you by your name.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'll pass on the message.
Wonderful. I also have. What is Callista's father's name? Because it would be Pontiff something.
Damokos.
Damokos. I have a message for Pontiff Damokos as well. Do you know where he is, or someone I can speak to?
He should be in his office.
Wonderful.
He's terrible.
It's not the first one I have to deal with. He's probably less terrifying than the other one. Yeah, I'll just step away and then head towards. I'm assuming I've been in his office and know where I'm going. Yeah,
Many times.
many times.
Your daughter's gone AWOL again.
Yeah. I don't actually think maybe the first week Azra probably would have ratted on Kalista anytime she fucked off because she didn't know her well enough. And then as soon it was only a week, and then after that she just started making excuses.
Yeah, but you still make sometimes you have to just tell him.
Yeah.
If it's a day, yeah, but when it stretches into the weeks, you kind of have to tell him.
Yeah. God, I'm gonna get in shit for this.
His office is Tomic's office was imposing in the sense that all Orsova, it's quite lavishly decorated, stained glass, but it had warmth, actual people live here and work here. That cannot be said for Domikos. There is a small he obviously has a large setup. There is a small waiting room. The assistant is an elderly lady, or at least she was. Toad's a ghost now. In with a stern frown. You. He can see you. Enter. There is stained glass, but it's darker. His window faces north, and he didn't want the sunlight coming casting bright patterns on the floor. No, none of that for him. He's I want the shady side. None of that bullshit sunlight.
How very vampiric of him.
Isn't it just? But yeah. It is during the day, and he is at work. Probably.
Yeah, I went from being relatively not relaxed in the most soldiery way. But as soon as I step in the door, it's straight back, arms behind my back, cross kind of thing. Very professional. Excuse me?
Azrael.
Pontiff Domikos. I have come to inform you of a event that has happened. There was an explosion in Precinct 6. Kalista was a witness to the explosion, and...
Did she start?
No. It was an Izzet property.
Fucking firebugs. Yes?
She is currently being held as a witness by the Boros. She will not be back for a few days, it would seem.
Very well. At least if she's in prison, she can't get into any more trouble, the foolish child. So, I assume that you will keep an eye on her?
Yes, I will.
Good. If she is not released and returned to us within a week, let me know, and I will reclaim my wayward child.
Understood. Is there anything you wish me to tell her when I return?
No.
Thank you for seeing me. And I'll, little courtesy bow before heading out the door.
I do have one small thing I need you to do for me.
Of course. What is it?
I have a message for Talia.
All right. I can deliver that.
Good. Her investment is bearing fruit. Should be ready in little less than 3 weeks.
Is that everything?
She'll understand what it means.
Understood. Thank you again. And then Asra's back out the door.
Yeah, like he doesn't acknowledge you at all.
Yeah, no, used to that.
Back at the precinct, Cordelia, Talon, Callista, what you up to?
Still kind of needing to get a message sent, just so nobody thinks that, oh, where is he?
Taelon's run from the conclave. Seek him out, bring him back to the cult.
Yeah, exactly. No.
Yeah, getting like a message sent isn't a problem. Even though Cordelia does insist on like reading it in advance. There are plenty of runners.
Wonderful. So, just gonna have it sent to Mama, just to let her know that gotten caught up in some business that needs investigation. I'm okay. I will return at some point. Love, kisses, heart, goodbye.
Okay. And who are you sending it to?
I am sending it to, as said, his mother, so that is Mira.
Mira? Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Good Mira. What's she gonna do? Okay, got it. Where do you put them, Cordelia?
Like for housing?
Mm-hmm.
It's a good question. I feel like Boros would have some form
plenty
of
of like
housing. Yeah.
Yeah, like guest apartments.
Not cells.
Not
like
cells.
Actual. These are witnesses, but they need to stay in close proximity, just not only for their safety, but for brevity of the.
It's pretty like simple, fair, like it's the kind of room that you spent the beginning of your training in. It's like a 4-person barrack room.
Okay.
With like 2 bunk beds. The beds had to be made neatly every morning. Anyone who's ever done like conscripted military service knows what I'm talking about.
Yes.
Like there are multiple like there are 4 people room, 6 people room, 8 people room. You put them in a 4-person room mainly because it has. There are a few centaurs in Boros. Not a lot, but there are a few. So you put him in the room that has like centaur friendly accommodations.
Sugar cubes. We have sugar cubes.
Mm-hmm.
A straw bed in a pile in a corner.
You guys are racist.
Yes, they are. A couple of hours after you sent your message, you do receive a visitor. Talon. It is a small bird. And it sort of taps on the window, like frantically, like beep 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 beep, until someone like opens it and
Yeah, I
lets it
go
in.
over and definitely open. It's not a suicide bird, so I'm pretty sure it's not.
No, and like your mother can cast animal.
Yeah.
Like you are very well acquainted with animals.
Yeah.
Like, come down to your room. Come down from your room. It's time to have dinner. It's not time to play with your friends now. Come home. It's bedtime. Like, you've seen this thing
Like
almost
a million
every day.
times.
Yeah. And the message is pretty short. Hope everything is all right. If you need anything, let me know. Hugs and kisses. Like normal mom stuff.
Yeah.
Are you
What-
eating? Are you sleeping? You know.
Mm-hmm. Are the Boris treating you well? Do we need to lead an invasion in order to take over? Is it now?
Exactly.
Oh,
Um,
good.
Callista, you're rooming with a centaur. This is great.
Are you going to have any of those sugar cubes?
No,
Thank
you
you.
may have them if you wish.
So what is it like to have like really extra powerful leg like that?
It's a double-edged sword.
How do you mean?
How do you think going up and down stairs is?
Well, I was wondering about that. It doesn't seem like it would be that easy to do.
It is not very easy, no, but at the same time, out in the fields, it is very useful to have 2 extra legs.
Do you like it more of the time than you don't like it? That's
yes.
good. I have those too. She like shows like pretty well manicured or pedicured, hooficured, whatever. Her hooves are
Blacksmith.
and they're like painted.
You just need to get an extra set and then you're done.
That's true.
Feel like the main question Callista asked is like, how is it like not wearing pants? And
It depends. It's either very show-offy or it's not.
No, you're probably right. Are you comfortable here?
I'm plenty comfortable. Of course, I would rather be in my own quarters, but as the situation is...
Yeah. I feel really bad for Mirai.
It is quite a terrible situation, yes, you are right. But she'll be alright, and we'll figure it out in the end. Or at least the Boros will.
I want to help too.
I'm not sure your guardian likes that at all.
She'll come around. She's a big softie.
She seemed as soft as Sunholm's outer walls.
Yeah. But there's squishy stuff inside the walls too.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Hmm.
I'm squishy and I'm inside walls.
Oh, like that. Fair point.
Plus, it'll be really
In any
good if
case,
we ever have to fight anybody. You should see her. Oh my god.
is it oh my god that she does not know how to wield anything that has a sharp edge, or oh my god, she kind of skewers everything?
Well, I think that usually she... No, she likes sharp edges. And sometimes blunt things too, but... No, she's really, really, really good.
Mm-hmm. Well, I hope that we don't get to fight
Me
anyone
too,
at all.
unless they're rude to
But
us
at
and
the
then
same
we don't
time-
have any other choice.
Yes, that exactly.
Do you like to fight a lot too?
I would much rather be without, but I do know how to fight.
I don't know how I feel about it.
It would be much better if all fighting across Ravnica just stopped, ceased.
It would be really good.
But that's... yeah, but that is a fair bit ways off.
What do you think of the
In any
Orzhov?
case. Why do you ask?
I just know lots of people that are Orzhov, and I don't think that you all get along with Orzhov too well. But it seems like maybe we'll work together for a little while.
Well, I believe that the merit of people should be seen. I do not believe that the Orzhovs are, in its core, good, but the individuals can be.
I think you're probably right.
I hope that I'm right.
Even bad people can do good things sometimes.
Yes, but does it outweigh the bad things?
Not for everybody, no.
Exactly. In any case, I believe it is time to just get a little bit of rest as well.
Yeah.
We need to get up and ready in the morning to help out with the investigation.
I hope we get to get out because it's getting really stuffy in here.
Well, I'm sure we'll go to get out, and I'm sure that Cordelia would give you a few donuts on the way as well.
Could do donuts or like cupcakes or waffles and syrup and candied apples.
Callista, give me a constitution check.
Ooh.
Roll me a d20. Talon,
Yes.
roll me a d15.
Oh, okay.
Talon,
14.
Yes.
you're lulled to sleep with 14 minutes of Kalista mentioning anything edible and sweet. Kalista, you wait until you can hear Talon's soft snores before you finally go to
I
bed.
eat the whole bowl of sugar cubes first.
Mm-hmm.
God.
Cordelia, what are you doing?
That's a very good question. I feel like Cordelia would be almost overbearingly nearby, like the next room over. Like, just, hey guys! Yeah, they're still there, okay.
You do receive a message by, like, normal message via a messenger in paper and shit. And it's quite short. Cordelia, here you're heading your own investigation. My, seems like someone is moving up in the world. You'll have to tell me all about it, and it's signed D.
Cordelia currently has that high schooler.
Oh my god, the boy I liked wrote me a note. Like, what?
He noticed me again, and I'm succeeding.
You're like, yesterday was a great day.
Dear diary.
Mirai is just having nightmares and has multiple just
Surgery.
broken
Our
bones.
friends
surgery.
are dead.
Everyone's like, yeah, today was fun.
Getting shrapnel removed from her sternum. I'm eating sugar cubes with the centaur.
I think the only other person who might be having just a not great day, but not as bad as Mirai, is Astra.
I don't think Talon's having a great day either. Poor Pony just wants to go home and see his mommy.
Azrael, it's getting late. You know what that means.
Yeah. Yeah, I do. I go see Talia.
Talia's house. You've stopped calling it home for a long time now. Is perfection. Pristine white marble. Just as cold as the person who inhabits it. You arrive just with the dusk. And the familiar swarm of servants greet you. Not as in, hi there, but they're in the house and it's all familiar faces to you. You make your way to her rooms. Making sure you time it slightly after she's risen and probably fed.
Mm-hmm.
There is some handsome young thing exiting her chambers just as you come to the top of the stairs. So it seems you dodged that bullet.
You win some, you lose some, kids.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's a moment where she hesitates outside of the door before, again, kind of doing the same thing that she had done before entering Damakos. office where she just straightened up, very like just as serious as she can be. And she'll knock and then open the door.
Enter.
Mistress, I have a message for you.
She looks at you and sort of like wiggles her fingers, like, come closer.
She does. She moves at a relatively like fast pace to step in front of her.
Let me look at you. I buy you such pretty things, and you insist on wearing this.
Armor is safer. Not that I do not appreciate everything you give me.
You should. I give you many things.
You do. And I appreciate everything you give me.
Now, tell me this message you have for me.
Pontof Damakos would like to inform you that your investment is bearing fruit, and hopefully will be ready in 3 weeks.
Good. Now, Pet, what have you been doing today?
As my job entails, I was shadowing Callista. There was an incident in Precinct 6, a building, one of our properties rented by the Izzet exploded, and Callista was a witness to it. She's currently under Boros' care, to put it in nice terms. She was a witness to the explosion. I was with her.
How wonderful. She is a guest of Boros, then?
I believe so, under protection.
For how long?
An indeterminate amount of time, but I was informed if it expands over a week to inform Pontiff Damakos. He would have it solved.
Good. That means you can spend the night here. With me, where you belong, instead of babysitting an impetulant child.
Lord Damakos wanted me to return, just to keep an eye on her, to make sure that the Boros didn't try anything. As we all know, Callista does like to talk.
Yes. You can return to your ward tomorrow. Now, tell me about this explosion.
It was took the building. It was just a lab.
What were they working on?
Was I there when it was discussed?
I hope not.
Yes.
No.
Yes. You
I
were
was.
there
Okay.
the second, like, it was discussed twice, and the
Okay.
second time you were there.
I believe it was something to do with time. It's not the normal explosion, fire nonsense that Izzet normally does. Time travel, I believe.
How very interesting. That would be a powerful tool in the right hands.
It would be, but I assume that is why it exploded. It seems chaotic in nature. perhaps not the best lab to do the study. So perhaps it was a good idea that it blew up.
It reminds me of you. Not the best idea, and always on the edge.
Azra like looks down at the ground but doesn't say anything.
I want it. It will be like a matching set.
You want... I'm sorry, I do not follow.
The time travel machine magic. I want it.
Everyone exploded that was there. I'm not sure I would be able to find it. Did you want me to look for any information?
Yes. I want it, and I want you to find it for me. Otherwise, I will be very, very disappointed.
Yes, mistress. I will do my best. There is a concern. In the morning, the Boros will have taken the site for their investigation.
It was an Orsov property, was it not?
As far as I know. A rental.
They'll need to liaise with us. I'll make sure it's you.
All right. It will make it easier.
Yes, it will. See, I can be such a kind mistress. So helpful to you.
You always have been. I've
Yes,
never
I
doubted that.
And she's like caressing your cheek, the scarred one, as she's talking.
Yeah, it's...
Like, I give you these gifts.
This is what you give me. Nothing.
All I ask for is time travel. Is that so hard to ask?
Exactly. Now, I know you've been chafing under your new responsibility. Babysitting a child is not a job appropriate for someone like you, no?
I do as the Orzhov command me to do. That's not my
You do as
position to-
I command you to do.
Yes, I apologize. That was a wrong choice of words.
Good. Now, if you are a good girl and get me this time travel, I think that would be very responsible of you. And maybe we could find you some new duties. Maybe even something with your friends?
I would like that. I will make sure it is done.
Good. You're a good girl.
Thank you, mistress.
Now, sit. I have paperwork to do.
Yeah, I'm assuming Azra knows her spot, and she will
on
instantly
the
just
floor next to her like a good dog.
Yep. Just plops right down.
And yeah. You spend the night with Talia as she like meets people, have conversations. You're just there.
I'm
not
a lovely
really
piece of furniture and armor.
exactly. This is a well-rehearsed dance at this point. And as morning dawns, Talia is going to feed on you before she goes to sleep.
Azra gives willingly.
You can take 19 points of damage,
Jesus
7
fucking-
piercing, 12 necrotic.
Okay.
She took
1
a
point
lot.
of exhaustion for not sleeping at all, just being Mistress Talia's helpful
Yep.
person.
Boy, howdy, can I? Can't wait till one of us has lesser restoration or greater restoration. One of the two, please.
Just any
I'm not
restoration.
taking it. Mm-mm.
Bitch. We won't be singing that song when we have to fight after I've been fucking bit.
Yeah, good thing we have no healers in this party. No, like, full caster healers.
And as the sun starts to streak over the horizon, I think Astral is making her way across town. Talon is waking up as he is an early riser. And in the hospital ward, Mirai awakens. Oh! She awakens, our sleeping beauty. How are you feeling?
Where am I?
Mary, was it?
My name, Mirai. Pepper?
Mirai, yes. Here it is. I'm afraid there was quite extensive damage. Seemed some kind of shrapnel, magical in nature. Strangest thing. We tried to remove it, but we could not get all of it. Parts of it was just fused into your bone.
Am I gonna be alright?
Might cause some discomfort, but shouldn't be life-threatening. You guys are so horrible.
Makes sense why we're always up.
If you start having unexplained pains, stinging sensation, like she lists off a laundry list of symptoms, like take yourself to a licensed medical professional. But then she also is like, we're not foreseeing any of this actually happening, you know. But you can push the long rest button, as most of this was just regular sleep. Okay. So everyone's back to full health, except Azrael.
I would thank the doctors, but then ask when she can get out of there.
No. I mean, you're pretty much free to leave. You're getting picked up by... There was a note about this. 9 o'clock.
I suppose.
Officer Monroe is picking you up.
Am I
You're
in some sort of trouble?
No, I think it's like a witness statement about the. I don't know. Wasn't really paying attention. You were bleeding a lot at the time.
The explosion. All right, thank you.
That's quite all right, child. You have a couple of more hours. Why don't you try to get some more rest? We'll have some breakfast brought in for you.
I'll do that.
Yeah, it's around 7 in the morning. Time you wake. So you have like 2 hours to spare before Cordelia is expected on your doorstep, darkening it as she does with her presence.
We'll stare out the window sadly and sadly eat breakfast.
Yes. Everything is quite sad.
Just want to go home. See my cat. Figure out
Where's
what the hell
Mommy?
happened.
Meow. Why has no one fed me? Meow.
It's like a
More like,
clockwork
why the
familiar
fuck
cat.
haven't I
don't know if it
been
needs
fed? It's a cat, not a dog.
Do I have to eat the neighbors now? Meow.
Nice.
Oh no, silly me. I'll eat the pixies when they come. Meow. So, it's a new day. It's a new dawn. Everyone is well restored again, except Astral. What would you like to do?
I would like to say this investigation is closed and we're heading home. Thank you for the game. Bye-bye.
No. No,
Okay.
no, honey.
No, I gotta torture an Is-It kid and get time travel from her.
Look
It's
at
time
that.
to.
So I'm going back
Round
to
up the
Boros.
All right, kids who are also my age and also older than me, let's go.
Where are we going?
Go where?
We're gonna check on the Is-It child.
Oh yeah, that's a really good
Oh
idea.
yes, that would probably be a good idea.
I kind of want to see what they took out of her. You guys interested?
Everybody
in that
knows
at all?
I was interested in
A
it.
kidney,
I was trying to
probably.
take it out myself. And I would have done it if it weren't for you meddling kids.
I
I know,
encouraged it.
thank you for having faith in me. I appreciate it.
I knew you could do it.
Lisa looks very proud of herself.
Jesus Christ, this is like the worst positive reinforcement ever.
God.
Have fun. But yes, let's head down there.
Yeah. I mean, there's breakfast, and then you make your way to the infirmary. Yes, there are muffins and cupcakes. Mainly muffins. But all the cupcakes end up in Callista's
Well,
belly.
What?
all of the frosting does.
Yeah, not the actual cupcakes.
That
That's
can go
actual
into
food,
muffins.
you'll
She
eat
kind of like
sugar.
scrapes it off of the cupcakes and applies it to a muffin and has like a big sticky ball of frosting.
Jesus Christ.
How is she alive?
Listen, all the
Cavities.
Borzov have asked that, okay? Believe me. Since I didn't sleep,
Mm-hmm.
and I mean, I'm assuming Tally would have went to sleep at like dawn.
Yeah.
Would I have been able to
Around-
get to the infirmary before they would?
Yes.
Oh.
Wonderful.
Oh no. Oh god.
However, it is a Boros infirmary.
They saw me yesterday. They know I'm here to see my friend.
Without supervision?
I can have supervision if someone would like to come in with me.
He's going to kill them.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not
there were
stupid.
no.
I'm in Boros. I'm not killing anyone.
Yeah, there wasn't really like this Mirai's under suspicion that she's not allowed to see, like
Mhm.
none of that. So yeah, you can totally see Mirai.
Mm-hmm. Is there
Now, she's been
a...
through a lot. She needs her rest. Make sure she isn't disturbed unnecessarily, and she might be a little bit drowsy. Just let her sleep if that happens.
Of course, I wouldn't do anything to exacerbate her issues.
It's quite all right there. She's your friend. She's having breakfast now, but you can just go in.
Wonderful. I did have a question. When we first brought her here, the concern was that there was, that she may have had internal injuries. Do you...
Yes, some shrapnel that we pulled from her chest.
Oh, shrapnel. Was it large pieces?
Mainly fragments. Some kind of crystalline material. I think it was put into evidence.
Oh. I'm glad you were able to get it out. I will go and see her now. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for taking care of her.
Quite all right. It's what we're here for. You have a nice day, dear.
Of course. Thank you. Yeah, I'm going in to see Mirai.
Yeah, I think like Mirai's like barely sitting up in bed with like tons of pillows and the breakfast tray.
I see you live. Is it? I'm glad.
Yes. And you were
Azrael.
Azrael.
Yes.
Nice to meet you again.
It is a pleasure to meet you.
I didn't expect that yours would be the first face from
Yes.
yesterday.
Well, I thought the others would have been here by now. And the nurse allowed me in. Told me not to wait. Be too much of a nuisance.
I didn't think to ask the doctor's earlier visit. The second of Golgar.
Yes. It is, right? It's only been a day. Yeah.
Okay, that's good. There's still time.
Time? For what?
I have a reason to believe that something bad is going to happen on the 19th.
Oh? That's a little ways off.
Not if we don't even know what it is that's happening.
No, we don't. That's actually what I would like to ask you. Concerning that I know that this is hard for you. The event was sad. And I'm sorry for any loss that you may have come into. But I would like to ask you, what exactly were you doing in the laboratory?
You mean in general?
Yes.
You have to understand these are closely guarded. Is it secrets?
And I understand that, and you did have those secrets on a property of my guild. It is in our interest to know what may have caused the destruction of our property.
Well, you saw for yourself. It's nothing that caused any lasting damage. I'm sorry for the building, but I'm sure there's like insurance of some sort.
Oh, of course. Is it, of course, should cover it. All things considered, they're used to it.
I also don't wish to be rude, but I'm not sure I could explain it in a way that you'd understand.
Try me. As much as Izzet does schooling and has a knowledge of magic, you would be surprised that most of the people in my guild also attend school and have a general understanding of at least the basics. You don't have to dumb it down. If I don't understand something, I don't understand it.
So, it's actually impossible for living beings to step through a naked time portal and survive. They'll turn to dust on the other side. But we were thinking, what if it were possible to send magical messages to people in the past? Could that affect the future?
I see.
I won't go into the science of it.
Of course. That is fair. These time portals. Has one been made? I'm assuming you have, with the knowledge that no living being can do it, someone has attempted it.
You seem very focused in on this when there are other things we should be worrying about, like who caused it.
Exactly. I'm merely bringing up a possibility. Someone opened one, tried to step through, and it caused an explosion. That's why I ask.
Even if our device had been activated, the actual portal is incredibly small. Smaller than anything the naked eye can see.
Well, again, I do apologize for your loss, Mirai.
What would you do if you lost everything in one explosion?
There is lots that I would do. I'd find the one that caused it. Make them pay. I know all about loss.
What about loss that could potentially be undone?
It would be a great thing if that was possible.
But it could come at an extreme cost.
Like the explosion of a building, the loss of friends.
I was thinking more the loss of entire futures.
To fix a problem, you lose futures that you won't know anything about. So what's the problem? You don't know about them.
The past could also change as we know it. And it's still anyone's guess as to if anyone would remember, or if that would just be the way we've always remembered it to be. These were the kind of things we were experimenting with, but I don't know, maybe it did all go wrong.
There's always a possibility.
I think someone tried to steal our research, and I hope, beyond hope, that they failed.
I hope so too.
You
It would
have
be
to
a terrible
understand,
thing for your research to get out of the wrong hands. If Izzet hasn't had a control on it, outside forces shouldn't have a control of it.
whoever develops this technology, if it's ever misused, they take control of all of Ravnica. I'm not sure even... Would I know about the Living Guild Pact at this point?
Yeah.
Or that's a thing? I'm not
Yeah.
sure even the Living Guild Pact stop whoever had control over time.
Well, as morbid as it may seem, I do hope that it didn't get out and that it went in the way of the building. Again,
Maybe
I
that's
mean
for
no
the best.
It could be. Mirai, I do have another question. And Azra's gonna step forward and right beside her bed.
Okay, Azrael.
And we'll take her hands a little. Please tell me, who knows about your studies? Just the guild? No one outside.
Even the guild didn't really know the whole truth. We told them what they wanted to hear.
So you are the last one, then? That we know of.
Mirai just shrugs.
Ezra will nod and pat the top of her hand and then let her hands go and step away again. Well, I hope we can find some answers for you. You deserve them.
I think it'll be all of our heads if we don't find some answers soon. That note.
You found a note.
Right,
I know I
right
was not there for that because I don't remember ever hearing a note.
The note was brought up in the meeting with Cordelia's
Oh, yeah,
supervisor.
right.
You were there.
Okay.
There were at least mine and Taelon's names on it, but I was thinking, what if it had other names?
It's in Bordo's custody now, I'm assuming.
I suppose my memories are a bit jumbled from everything that happened yesterday.
Mirai, did these experiments that you did they deal with crystals at all?
No, not really.
So there would be no reason for crystals to be in your lab.
Thanks for
I mean,
various reagents and focusing, magic,
Yeah.
lasers.
Okay.
So yeah, there totally would have been crystals.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense then. Well, I shall go and see where the others are. I'll leave you alone to finish your breakfast. It is good to see you are awake, and...
Thanks for the practice, by the way.
What do you mean?
In being interrogated. Maybe it'll come in handy when Boros has questions.
Azra will, smile. To be honest with you, they'll be a lot worse than I am. But you'll do fine. You seem strong.
So sure. It's good meeting you again, Azrael.
The same to you, Mirai. And I will leave.
Yeah, as you head towards the door,
Mhm.
you can hear voices in the hallway. One of those voices is Callista, well, what you do is you take the icing from one cupcake, then you put it on another, and then the second cupcake, and you put it on the first one, and then the third cupcake, and then you put it on the first. Yeah.
Does the door open inwards or outwards?
They open into the room.
Shit. Yeah, I'll just open the door. Oh, there you are.
Someone's an early riser, it would seem.
It would seem like that, wouldn't it?
It would. But I can understand. I enjoy getting up early as well.
The dawn is a beautiful time.
It is.
Things go to sleep that just cause trouble in the evening. Cordelia! How wonderful. I would have thought you would have been here first. That armor must make you quite slow.
And why are you here?
To see my friend.
Your friend?
Of course. I have concern for Mirai. She is a part of Orzhov property, or at least she was. until that property no longer exists. I'm also looking for Callista. I was hoping that you all would be here so that I could see her first.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. How was your sleep?
Better than yours, it appears. Those are quite some bags under your eyes.
I like to carry them there.
Mm.
I like to carry my bag sort of like over my shoulder and under my arm.
I usually carry your bags.
Well, in any case, if you two are done flirting with each other, I would say we should get to the point.
And I'll give him like a hoof high five with my hoof.
Bit too old for my tastes. She'll just walk right by.
There comes experience with age, but that aside.
Look, the gang's all here.
How are you feeling?
Yeah, did everything go okay?
Well, I'm alive.
That's good.
They couldn't remove all the shrapnel, but they say I'll be fine.
And I would have been able to do it so... Who trains your doctors? I almost had all of it with my bare hands, and then they come and they say that they can't get all of it out. And take a whole day and waste your time.
In any case, you're alive, that's wonderful. And we have things to take care
Did
of
they let
now,
you
at
keep
least.
it?
Well, the parts that are still inside of me.
But I mean, the other parts
They
though.
they probably incinerated it.
I don't think so. It would be evidence, don't you think?
No.
We should go and look at it.
I guess. If they'll let us.
Well, they wouldn't let me watch the
I
surgery.
suppose it's one of our
and
only
so
clues.
I don't think they're allowed to say no 2 times. So since this is the second thing I asked, then they have to let me do it.
It's true.
Hmm.
There is law. Right. How are you feeling, though? Yesterday, you could barely stand, much less get a sentence out without coughing up blood. Any progress?
I think so. Maybe sleep did me good. I'm sure they cleaned up whatever internal bleeding there was.
You look way better today.
Thank you. I feel, well, not good, but
I brought muffins if you want. You're probably kind of hungry.
sure. Yeah. I don't want to say anything about the meal options here, but thank you. I'll take a
Do
muffin.
you want a regular muffin or a special muffin?
Best to go with a regular muffin, I think.
Okay, just 1 second. She like turns around and starts spreading some of the frosting from the ones that she compiled onto a regular. Yeah. Pretty good.
Thanks.
Well, if you're feeling okay, we should probably...
So, yes. I want answers probably more than any of the rest of you, so.
Cordelia,
Okay.
where do we go?
To look at
Yeah.
the evidence? Most likely back at Sunhome.
Okay. I'm happy to go there.
I mean, you're in
To go
Sunhome.
see the evidence.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, in the evidence
locker
Sun.
room.
Take us to
Door.
evidence
Mhm.
lockup.
Please.
Well, you see here, we just click this link right here and the inner.
Yeah. You make your way over there, and it's one of those like you're shown to a room. It has a table and some chairs. They bring a box. You open the box. There's like
I just want
a
to preface
smaller-
that Azrael's standing outside.
Yeah, that's fine.
You would not let her in the evidence room at all. Kalista,
Like,
yes.
none of you are allowed into the evidence room itself.
Yeah,
like
they'd bring
they
it out.
bring like the box
Mhm.
that was tagged out to
Yes.
you. Like
Well,
this
we're
is
Which
the
waiting.
would be in a
specific.
separate room, which no other person just sitting in a lobby
Right,
would
yes.
see.
Yeah. Like
Azrael
you
would
get.
be in the lobby.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Just making sure, like none of you get into evidence.
Right.
None of you.
But while we're waiting, can I cast Detect Magic?
You can.
As
Sure. And they bring a small, like it's a metal tray, and in it, like there's a small, like evidence box. And there are pieces of crystal. Small shards of it, ranging from about 3 to 1 centimeter in length. And it's totally magic.
yeah.
What kind of magic is it?
That's where it gets. Conjuration, divination, and evocation. The conjuration seems to be like the strongest part of it. And then divination secondary, evocation last.
Mirai, are you familiar with what this crystal is?
They would have been used in different things in our device, probably. They were the inner workings, so I mean, knowing what went to where, it looks like a real elaborate puzzle at this point, but
So you're not familiar with these pieces exactly.
Most
But-
of them seem to be like smaller, like they're not whole. Like it's shrapnel.
right.
So like they would probably like the 1 centimeter piece and the 3 centimeter piece do not originate from the same crystal. Like they have different coloring.
When was the last time you were at the lab?
Yesterday or
Yeah.
the day before.
And do you know all of the equipment that's in there really well?
Yeah.
Could you list all of the different things that would have used these crystals?
Can I? What's the like?
Give me invest. Like you're doing it from memory, but like still.
Sure.
About half of it. Like there were pieces in there that like you weren't directly involved in their constructions. Like there were other people's speciality. You wouldn't know whether or not there were crystals involved in that. Probably crystals are quite powerful and
Right.
generally used in an amplifying way with most magic. Uh, You were trying to do something that was basically unheard of. Like, you were amplifying the fuck out of everything. But no, you cannot give, like, this crystal goes there, this crystal goes there.
Right.
There were pieces of equipment that probably could have had, like, 46 crystals in them. You wouldn't.
Right. So it's shrapnel. It looks like it belongs to my lab. That's what I got.
It's mostly important that the things that you see are things that you would expect to find there.
Yeah. Well, if it isn't the shrapnel, then it's whatever caused that sulfur.
There's no easy way to ask this, but are you okay emotionally to go back to your lab and investigate without, you know?
Crying.
I'll do whatever it takes to solve this. However I feel about it, I won't let tears or anything like that come in the way of our investigation. Right now, I need answers. I can't do anything without them.
Well, let's go.
As you are leaving, Cordelia, you receive a couple of messages as you're leaving the gate. Like, this is pretty normal stuff for you.
I'm a big deal in Boros, guys.
Mainly, like, if you're delivering a message to someone inside Sunholm, most messengers won't get through, and they will just keep the messages at the front until. One is from your mother. This is a second chance for you. Don't fuck it up.
Yes, mommy.
One is from Demetrius. Unfortunately, I will not be your Orzhov liaison. Okay, where did I put it? Astral Prospero will have that honor.
No.
What an evil laugh. Thought I was gonna have all the evil laughs.
Nope.
Fitting of her age.
It's okay. Witches eat little bitch children for breakfast. Better watch out.
Whatever you say, hag real.
Very mean.
I will, however, make myself available if you wanted to keep me in the loop.
Wink, wink.
Pretty much.
Disgusting.
There are not any messages for Talon. His parents respect him enough to give him his privacy. If he says he doesn't need help, he probably doesn't need help. He's a grown-up. He knows what he's doing.
See? I have the good parents. All of your parents suck.
Hey,
Mhm.
my parents are fucking amazing. My
No, they're not.
granddad's a dick.
No. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. No.
He's not a parent.
They're also. They suck.
You suck. Fuck you.
Yes, I do.
Leave my parents alone.
And that is where we're going to end tonight's session.
Okay.
It's 10 minutes early, but it's we didn't have a break because we forgot.